Awakening is a blessing. It's pure enlightenment. Arcane knowledge, untold mysteries, unimaginable power. Awakening is a curse. It's all-consuming addiction, existential despair, desperate loneliness, dangerous hubris. Awakening is knowing you can do whatever you want and then doing it. Damn the consequences if you like, but your damnation doesn't erase them. Bending reality to your will intoxicates you, but you're not the only one who can. Staring into the abyss frightens you, but if you can just learn enough and work hard enough, you can conquer even that. Can't you? Welcome, Seekers. We are Vorpal Tales, and we perform terrifying tales and awesome adventures every day of the week, most days twice a day. There are endless archives of occult secrets and lost knowledge at our website, vorpaltales.com, where you can see our complete calendar, get recaps of shows, and get the links to our past archives on YouTube. You can also find links to our social media and our Patreon. Visit it to find new enlightenment. Be sure to follow on Twitch and then plunder our YouTube archives for the Secrets of Atlantis at youtube.com/c/vorpaltales. Be sure to subscribe and hit the bell while you visit so you can be alerted of new legacies to become a part of. Special thanks to Astral Tabletop, which we use for our virtual gaming space. That Nate made for our custom Astral character sheets. Ghost Stories Incorporated, me, you, and Darren Curtis music for some of the awesome tunes gracing everyone's ears. All of these great people and their products help us touch the supernal for a few hours. Awakened Seekers, practitioners of the art, tell us who you are and the name of the character that will be your imago in this story.
Hello, my name is Rachel. You can find me Stolen Fires pretty much everywhere. And today I will be playing the Acanthus of the Free Council, Angelique.
Hey everybody, I'm Ambrose. You can find me all over the internet as Am Changeling, because me, Am Changeling. You can also find me on Etsy at Neat and Co Designs. My pronouns are he or they, but tonight I shall be playing Chimera, aka Jack, whose pronouns are he, him. He's our, well, he doesn't know what he's doing right now, but he's in charge of a small child, and that in itself should be kind of scary.
Hello, I'm Kisama. You can find me on Twitter at TrueKisama, and today I will be playing Inspector Juve, our morose guardian of the Veil.
Hey guys, I'm Alan, your Eldritch Keeper, and today I'll be playing Brain Freeze. Too many characters. Who am I playing today? The name. Ezra. Oh. Paimon, yes. Wow, okay. So Paimon, the Mastigos, formerly Silver Ladder, now Orochi, ... other things, Mage. Let's see what happens. Again.
And of course, Andromeda will return to us next week. And now, Ambrose, if you would, please share with us the secrets revealed in the last chapter of the tale.
I might. What would you give me for the secrets?
About Tree Fitty.
Okay, I'll take it. We open with Paimon in a glass elevator in the outside wing of the fanciest skyscraper he's ever seen. He's in Tokyo? With him are two Orochi guards and Mr. X. He's trying to say something to Paimon as Paimon comes back to himself. Mr. X is in awe that Paimon is getting an audience with the man himself. Personally, Mr. X confides in Paimon he thinks the man himself is an AI. The elevator dings and opens into a hypermodern penthouse. They leave Paimon alone to meet a man sitting behind a luxurious glass desk. Paimon, right? He says in a silky baritone. Enjoying your time with us? Paimon assures him he is. My wife says you're quite the man, he follows up before asking Paimon what he thinks of the corporation. He turns to Paimon, revealing briefly some kind of cybernetic horror existing beneath an impossibly beautiful exterior. Paimon can tell there's no hope to resist this man with magic. He's interested in why Paimon turned on his friends so quickly. Paimon confesses his main goal is power above all else. It's an unexplainable desire to control everyone. The man wants to know what Paimon would do with that kind of power. Paimon doesn't quite know, only that he wants it. Then let's see, he says, standing up and inviting Paimon to take his chair. For 5 minutes, he'll have complete control over Orochi and all of its subsidiaries. The first thing he does is look for his old friends. It takes a minute and a half to locate them as Emma is exploding with energy. Back in the hotel room, a small red light turns on every electronic device in the room. We don't notice, of course, because we're too busy dealing with Emma. Paimon wants to know what his benefactor wants. The answer is simple. Kill God. Paimon has more questions. Like, what one gets from killing God. Freedom, says the man. Paimon wants to know how he can help. The man says he'll answer that when he sees what Paimon does with the rest of his 5 minutes. He turns his attention to Emma. No birth records of her, just a young child showing up with her bear at a shelter. She was put in a string of care homes which met a variety of calamities. That's when Orochi noticed her and arranged for her to be placed within Orochi family. He also uncovers a classified file in which Emma was used to try and disrupt one of the engines. It didn't go as planned, and reality doesn't work the way it should there. Paimon asks what will happen if all these machines get shut down. The current theory is that it'll weaken God enough to strike. Paimon decides to send a message to the entire group. We need to talk. Signed, P, along with the address of a large Marge's in Portland. Is this a trap? Jack asks out loud. Paimon, monitoring the whole system, sends another message saying it's not. The man, Samuel, now asks Paimon what he'd do with this power. Paimon doesn't quite answer, but he agrees he deserves to be free. The two shake hands, and Paimon sees the inhuman visage beneath. Your friends. Sway them to our cause. Back at the hotel, Emma is levitating off the bed, collapsing the walls. Angelique sees she's radiating every single sphere, including a mysterious 11th. Angelique says they'll have to contain it. But Jack understands she's just a little girl having a nightmare. Find the bear, calls out Chimera as Juve casts a spell to draw the bear to him, and then conjures some kind of ghost milk. Between everyone's efforts, we bring Emma out of the nightmare. She buries her face in Chimera's neck. The chaos ends. Chimera tries to talk to Emma about her nightmares. She reveals that Lilith has two people in her, one nice and one mean, before Chimera lulls her back to sleep. On the moon! Exclamation point TM. Andromeda comes to, with no memory of how she got here and incredibly hungry. She sees ghostly figures all around, including a strangely proportioned woman whose hair hides her face. She tries to get past her, saying she needs to find her friends. The woman whispers, "Your friends are all gone," before assuring Andromeda that this is her home now. That's when soldiers fill the room, led by Paimon. He offers his hands to Andromeda, promising her that everything is fine. Taking Andromeda's hands, he says, "Bob, your uncle wants to see you." Andromeda's passenger suggests she go with him. Andromeda wants to know what else Bob isn't telling her. Looking around, Andromeda realizes this is a settlement of at least a few hundred people, and she's on the dark side of the moon. She takes a moment to appreciate the celestial view and catches sight of a ship labeled Mars 3. "Really didn't see this one coming, Paimon," she says. Paimon starts prepping Andromeda to go outside so she can frolic on the moon. Back in town, Chimera reaches out to his fellow Thyrsus to do some research on Lilith and Samael. He starts by sounding them out on the bygones, and they seem okay with this story. He uses that to lead into the story of Lilith and Samael, and wants to know if the greater organization knows anything about what we're up against. They reveal that Lilith is one of the first known awakened mages, named Kisikila. Is that how that's pronounced? I don't remember.
Put it in the Discord.
I'm
I'm not actually
It
following
was-
along.
It was the ancient name of Lilith.
Oh. All the I's are hard, so it's Kisikaliluke.
Oh, thank you. And she was cast
Soft
out
now.
for her fear of her power. She wandered lost and alone until she found another outcast. Chimera asks about the state of being two people. His mentors suggest it's almost inevitable that when one's gnosis gets that high, one has a human half and an inhuman half. She might be reachable if we can figure out what she cared about when she was human. This leads into a discussion of the Grigori versus the Nephilim and the different things each faction believes about the God Machine. We do figure out that Lily Engel is probably Lilith's human identity. When Chimera asks for help, they mention a few contacts they might be able to reach out to. After the call wraps, Emma says she's hungry. Chimera checks his debit card and sees that Faust Capital has sent him $500,000. In fact, all of us have this money. Angelique casts a divination spell to try and foresee the future. One is an alliance of convenience, in which Paimon is bound to help us. In an alternate version, we end up in a shootout in which most of us die. The third outcome is that this is a trap and some of us end up captured by Orochi or dead. But if it is a trap, at least they're double-crossing Paimon too. It's time to plan on what else we can do. One of the things we discuss is the possibility of setting up a contingent escape plan. Angelique sets up a time-freeze spell so Juve can take us through Twilight. Chimera is casing the donut store in its ambient spirits when Angelique notices the frostbite scar on his face has vanished. That's right where Emma kissed him. Fast forward to the meeting. Andromeda and Paimon enter wearing Orochi uniforms. We hear Andromeda's voice over the radio, introducing New Age tunes. Seeing the patches, and that Andromeda now works for Orochi, Chimera calls out, "Bullshit." Paimon opens by apologizing for the inconvenience and assures us that Orochi is not actively trying to kill us. Angelique evaluates him and sees he's sincere about what he's saying. He swears what Orochi is trying to do is free humanity. Angelique is skeptical. She doesn't think Paimon is lying as much as he was lied to. Paimon looks to Emma and realizes she's an aspect of the god machine which escaped into the real world. He turns his attention to her and tries to explain to us that God, the creator, does not care. In an attempt to persuade Angelique, Paimon shares his memories with her. Angelique, while their minds are linked, uses her time and fate magic to read the possible futures. The ones where we try to work with Orochi or control the Gaia machines turn out surprisingly good. Angelique can even hear a woman in the future tell her children the story of how a silver-haired girl freed the world. We're still reluctant. Paimon sets up a video chat between us and Samael. Angelique lays forward 2 conditions: that Orochi will not use us for their experiments, and that we will seal the contract with Fey magic. Before committing, Samael does his best to seduce the rest of us into working for him. Andromeda wants to know what else Samael calls himself. He answers, the blindness of God and the venom of God, or sometimes just the adversary. While this is going on, Angelique communes with her bee to ask if this is a bad idea or a good idea. The bee responds cryptically, but seems to be encouraging her to take the deal. Kill God and feast on its body? Asked Juve. I'm in. Oh, excuse me. I'm in. I don't know how he does it. Sounded more like Batman than Juve.
You're Batman, and then you do a Boston accent, and it just kind of works.
Before Chimera commits, however, he wants to talk to Emma, whose name we have learned is actually Anima. She wants to know that Anima will feel safe. They discuss who might protect who in a case of crisis. Fuck. Okay, fine, he says. The temperature drops nearly 15 degrees. As requested, darling, says Maeve before dropping the contract, already signed by Samael on the table. Paimon wants guidance from Samael, who tells him to sign. The rest of us decide to sign as well. Angelique notices a clause which states that if she frees a particular Gaia engine in Eastern Europe and lives, she's fulfilled her contract. We're off to the strip mall.
Thank you. Yeah. That's where the scene will open. Except, we're gonna do something we haven't done in a while since White Walls, because now we're closing in on your end game. Sort of. We're gonna jump to a different scene that doesn't involve any of you. It's gonna be Samuel Chandra. Only he's dressed casual in this case, no sport coat. Does have a nice shirt on though, wearing hiking boots. Pants with lots and lots of pockets. Not really sure where it is. The sun is very bright. There's a lot of dunes and rocky outcroppings, desert plants. And he's walking towards what kind of looks like a cave entrance, which you can't really tell because of the heat haze, to an outcropping of rock. He walks up to it and he says something in a really old language. Sounds vaguely Middle Eastern. And there's a shimmer and a being appears. It's a clockwork being, part cyborg, part biological horror, part entity. And both its left and right arms don't end in hands. They end in shimmering metal rods that are glowing superheated. And as he approaches, they burst into flame. He says something else to the being and offers it a basket that no one can see what's inside the basket, but it is dripping blood that's trailing behind him all the way back from wherever he came from. The being looks at it, and it looks at him, And it says 10 minutes in an impossibly deep voice that shakes the ground a little and dust falls from the cave outcropping. It shimmers back out of existence and he steps inside, leaves the basket. And it's like stepping through an illusionary force field, sort of. On the other side is an impossibly beautiful landscape. All orchard and trees, plants and forests, but everything is perfectly tended. Almost like it's a garden. A perfect garden. He looks around and starts walking, and you can see when the camera zooms in from the top that it's infinitely large on the inside. Like a TARDIS. But it's like it knows where he wants to go, and he travels rapidly through the forest until he comes up on a giant, maybe mile-wide crater with a huge ground, when something hits the ground and bounces across the ground really hard, that goes on for miles in the other direction. He walks down into the crater, all the way into the middle of it. And there's a being there, laying face down, unmoving. Also, clockwork. Part biological horror, part cyborg, part machinery. He looks down at it, and he says, "They've begun. Soon it will be time." The being shifts imperceptibly, but doesn't actually get up. But its hand moves. He reaches over and takes something out of the hand. He says, "Yes, we will ensure that that is the case. Thank you, Star of the Morning." And then the camera fades out. You're all standing in front of a strip mall.
Did he say Star of the Morning?
He did. Something that
Neat.
fell out of the sky and made a huge crater in a possibly beautiful garden, yes.
Uh-huh. Cool.
Don't know who that is. Strip mall. Guy engine.
So, when do we start stripping?
When we need to make a quick getaway.
Well, I have to have a little lightheartedness. I mean, after all, we're about to kill God.
Well, not yet.
Yeah. Semantics.
All right. Ready? I'll take that as a yes. Let's go. And I make my way inside the strip mall.
Never really went over a
I'm
plan.
wondering if there's prep work that we want to get done beforehand.
Perhaps.
Suggestions? How about you divine our future? See if anything's going to get in our way. As he tilts his head to Angelique.
Maybe figure out where we're gonna need to kill God in there.
I mean,
We're not here to kill God.
My initial impulse is to give all of us improved luck.
I like luck. Luck is good, when it's good luck.
Good thinking.
Okay. You got the spell thing?
No.
Okay.
I lost that when I moved computers.
No.
Here you go.
Oh, he beat me to it. There we go.
Thank you. Alright. Let me see if I can rack this up properly.
And I'm also always a fan of talking to the spirits that are this place, but This brings up.
Spirit in the sky.
Right, I need to ask you a couple questions about that. Okay, spirits, what are they?
They are basically the collective consciousness of the people who either hold a place sacred or believe in the concept of a place. You know, like I believe the Romans call it the genus loci.
Juve gives you this long, slow blink. Just like,
Everything
right.
has essence or a spirit. A car, a tree, a rock.
So
Even
it's like
concepts like lust, desire, anger, fear.
Yeah, see, Paimon knows every rock and tree and creature has a life, has a spirit, has a name. Sips
So it's-
coffee.
Is it a ghost or is it like a ghost?
It's nothing like a ghost.
Exactly.
Ghosts are echoes, remnants of individuals.
And rocks and cars. Sometimes IDs. Very confusing. Anyway, these spirits, can you get them to do stuff for you? Or is that
Yeah.
off the table? Can
No,
you
I mean, like, I kind of have to, cajole
Get it.
them into doing things, but
For example, she could maybe convince the spirit of this small to give us a hand.
yeah, unless the machine of this particular place is somehow intrinsically twisted into the spirit of place, and then that might be a clusterfuck.
we might want to check that out then. We want to know if we're walking into a clusterfuck. We want to look at that. It sounds like a good idea. In fact, and then Juve turns to the strip mall and starts using Death Sight to make sure that the mall isn't somehow already dead.
The spirit of the mall is dead. Because it's a strip mall.
Oh god.
So the mall is dead inside, but it's not like actually dead.
Yeah, correct.
Okay. Juve just looks kind of like smirking, just all right.
There's no one here.
Good news, it's not dead.
There's no ghosts here at all, so or spirits of any kind that you would sense with death.
Alright.
So
Is
no
it
one's died at the
possible?
strip.
Ever.
How much time do we have to prepare?
Much as you want, you're not on a timetable as far as you're aware.
Alright. So then I will take 3 hours to use high speech and my magical tools to give everybody, hopefully, if the roll works, good luck. Because
Are you doing this outside?
There's no one here that you can see.
Oh,
All the strip
perfect.
mall itself just says under construction, opening soon,
So okay, no witnesses.
and the sign that says that is at least 10 years old.
Wow, rocket.
Oh, this
I
is
just keep an
probably
eye
gonna
out
be-
to see if I don't see any like sleepers popping up out of nowhere, like hobos or stuff like that that could
Okay.
interfere with the ritual.
This is
Alright.
probably going to be a grumpy spirit. This should be entertaining.
yeah, okay, cool. Alright, so it's telling me that I get 9 dice and I don't have to roll paradox.
Nice. Do it.
Can I assist in some fashion?
Oh wow. 1
No.
success.
That's all you need. So you don't need to, Paimon. What did you set the spell up to do precisely?
So I used one of the reaches to expand it, so this will affect everybody. And so, it will grant one of the following benefits. If I can, I will let each of you choose. You get the 9 again quality on a number of mundane dice rolls equal to potency for the duration of the spell, which is a scene. And you can add 1 reach to get 8 again.
That's what you do, though. It's when you cast the spell, you decide to pump an additional reach to do that effect.
Yes, that I'm giving you the ability to do this.
Okay.
Or grant a dice bonus equal to potency, which was 3, on certain actions for a number of rolls equal to the potency of the spell during duration. You can't stack them. Or grant a number of beneficial conditions equal to potency.
So you've
The one
cast
you want?
Boon.
Yeah. So pick the one you want. Don't forget it. What you can do.
Yeah, I will. I'll post a summary.
Okay. Where is it? What's the potency of the spell?
3, and the duration is a scene.
All right, cool.
Are there any cars in the parking lot?
Yeah. There is an old Chevy that's been there for God knows how long. The tires are gone. The chrome is gone. The emblems are gone. It's just kind of there. There's also a bulldozer. Who knows how long that's been there? A crane. I guess that counts as a vehicle. And a rusty old pickup truck.
Okay. Good to know.
Anybody else?
Yes, actually.
Okay.
What is it here? It's potency. All right. Is it a praxis? No, it is not. I'm gonna pump willpower. Okay, potency is 4 range. We're gonna do this. We do this. Okay, scale. That's the most important part. Shield. Duration. We're gonna go this. Yantras. This. That's concentration. And I'm allowed one more now. Okay. Number 2. 2, 3, 4. All right, so I'm throwing 12 dices. There is no paradox roll. It takes 4 turns, though, to cast. Basically, what I am doing is a mind spell. And the area of effect is a supermarket. So would that fit for a shopping mall?
Most of it.
Okay, cool. Basically, what I'm doing is a mental scan on the entire area to detect any thoughts whatsoever.
Okay. So, the left side of this strip mall is anchored by a Dick's Sporting Good. The right side is anchored by a Hobby Lobby. And then in the middle is a Chinese buffet, a tax accountant place, electronics store that's like a fake Radio Shack, and what do you call it?
4 successes.
Quick cash place where you can get your payday loan place. That is the entirety of the strip mall, so a supermarket would get most of it. So I guess the question would be, which of the anchors did you start with? Because you won't quite catch all of the other anchor.
If you want, I can redo the spell to pump even more reach for size.
Sure. Add 1 factor and you'll be fine. Which actually would just mean you'd have 10 dice.
Yep, 10 dice is to throw instead of 12. 2 successes.
Okay. There is a mind in there that's like trying to figure out what's going on a really badly staticky TV channel or satellite dish in a thunderstorm.
Okay.
You can't get a lot of detail from it, but there is one in the whole area that is very powerful.
So only one. All right.
No,
Do I have any
It's
feelings?
not the only one. That's just the most potent one.
The most potent one.
Yeah.
Okay.
There are several lesser minds, mostly in the Dick's Sporting Goods,
How are they feeling?
and they're bored,
Four.
routine. And then there's one in the cash advance place that's curious and a little bit freaked out.
Okay. The most potent one is the subject supernatural.
Yes.
Okay. And I drop it.
Okay.
All right. So there are entities or people inside. One of them is supernatural.
Interesting. Can you like decipher if it's
I can't say for sure what it is, but I do know it's supernatural. And the other minds that I have sensed, I do believe them to be or squatters or hobos, just like staying in the strip mall. You are muted.
interesting? Guess it's time to talk to the spirit. Hopefully
think?
it's not entwined with the god machine. That would suck. Oh, mighty storyteller,
Mm-hmm.
how might I summon the spirit of place
Which one?
this time?
If you use your peripheral mage sight, which you haven't declared you did yet, but if you do, like your active mage sight, you would sense that there are several.
Oh shit. Okay, then I will activate my mage sight.
One is overwhelmingly more potent than the rest. And then 4 or 5 lesser finger quotes compared to the greater one. All bound here. The
Can I
4 are all in the cardinal directions, and the 5th is it's fading in and out. It's weird.
That makes me nervous.
Oh yeah, someone has definitely called the guardians of the watchtowers, or whatever you want to call it, and this form of spirits and anchored them in the right positions. But you don't know if it's to keep something in or out.
Can I try calling them all one at a time?
Sure.
I'm gonna start with the cardinal direction closest to us.
We'll just call that north, because why not?
Why not?
So north is Earth, which means the spirit would identify itself to you as a child of Fomalhaut and ask you why you call it, what business you have with it. This ground is sacred. Be wary where you step.
A strip mall is sacred?
The structure is merely a guise.
Oh,
Best place to hide something is in the most obvious, boring way possible.
then, my apologies. What entity is in the center of you? Cardinal direction beings.
Just not for me to say.
Would it be a bad idea for me to summon it?
It would be irrelevant for you to summon it because you cannot summon that which is already present.
Well, you were already present and I summoned you.
I was not present. I was here, but not here. It is always here. but never here.
Are you here?
I am only here when called. It is always here, but it is also always not here.
Are you here to guard it?
I never asked.
What directions were you given when summoned?
Protect the ground, it is sacred.
Check the ground.
Let any who trespass with ill intent be destroyed.
Ill intent towards what exactly?
Boundaries of this sacred area.
So, we are not here to disrespect the sacred area.
If I thought you were, I would have struck already.
I'm not sure whether or not to take offense to that, but I'm just gonna let it go. Do you know anything about a god machine?
Answer unclear. Question unclear, I guess I should say. A god machine? A machine made by a god? I'm aware of many machines made by gods. Define god. Define machine. Am I not a machine created by a supernal entity of godlike power? Created to serve a purpose that operates a specific way?
Good point. Okay. Would your cohorts give me the same answer that you did for all of the questions that I've asked?
No. I'm sure Fire's answer will be more passionate.
Mm.
And Water's answer will be more cryptic. Don't ask me about Air. I do not care about him.
Okay. Is there anything you would like to impart to us before we step on the ground, aside from keeping it sacred? How might we keep it sacred, I should say?
Figure out what it would say to that.
I have stumped the storyteller.
Trying to figure out what its opinion on it would be is a better way to phrase it.
Keep your hands to yourself.
Do not poison the sacred ground.
Do not poison the sacred ground. Okay, I will do my best. If there's anything I'm about to do that seems as if it may be bad for the sacred ground, please warn me before you do anything violent towards me or my friends.
If I am allowed by the constraints of my summoning, I will.
Okay. Is there anything that I can offer you for answering my questions as a thank you?
No.
Okay. I appreciate you expending your energy to speak with me. If you need me, let me know. And he will dismiss the spirit and summon Air. because it seems like that will bring opposite answers.
Air, of course. The wind picks up, and now there's a nice breeze, or I guess a chilly breeze, depending on what your heat tolerance is for all of the players.
Juve starts looking around to try and find a ghost. Like, I thought there were no ghosts here.
It's not a ghost, Juve. It's fine.
The wind
Oh,
does.
it's a not ghost. Oh, yeah.
Wind does, and the breeze though does keep randomly changing direction.
So, like, Juve leans out the window to try and light a cigarette, and it just keeps going out no matter what he
Different
does.
directions. You don't get an answer though, but you know it's here. If weird shit's happening.
Spirit, if you could show me an example of how you'd like to communicate, that would be really great.
It's like another long pause and then a heavy sigh. What do you want?
Oh, hi. Okay, so you do speak. Awesome.
My name's not Spirit.
Oh, what's your name?
Daughter of Aldebaran.
Okay. So, I was just wondering what you were summoned here to do.
Not talk to boring humans.
Oh, I'm not a boring human. I might be human.
You
but
haven't
I'm
said
not
anything
boring.
interesting so far, and I could be over there watching those squirrels.
Oh. No, I've really got someone I could introduce you to, but she's a little busy right now. What entity is in the center of this building?
I don't talk to it.
Well, you don't talk to it, but what could be more interesting than something you're told to keep guard of?
I'm not here to guard it.
Oh, what are you here to guard then?
Protect
Can't
everyone
be
else
more
from it.
interesting. Oh, to protect people from it. Okay. I guess that does sound kind of interesting. But I don't know if you could just geez, your job just sounds so dull.
It really is.
We can make it a little more exciting. We're here to kind of destroy something really bad.
Oh, you're gonna try to destroy it? Good luck.
Well, I don't know if it's it. But if you tell me a little more about it, you could, I don't know, be entertained by us either getting pummeled or us pummeling it.
I see your ploy. It entertains me. I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what you want to know.
Oh, yeah?
If you promise that you'll entertain me, you'll keep entertaining me.
I'm
long
gonna
as you're
need to know for as long as okay. Well, what kind of things entertain you?
Fascinating people. And fascinating things that do a lot or say a lot. Anything that holds still, like most of this place, is terribly boring.
Oh, I'm sure we won't be holding very still.
Excellent. What do you want to know?
I would like to know who summoned you
I don't
prior
remember.
to myself. Oh. What instructions did they give you exactly?
Don't let it out because it will destroy the engine.
It will destroy the engine.
The sacred engine of the earth that's down there. The thing that we're holding in the middle. Right.
Okay. What is so I know you don't know much about the entity because it's a little boring to you, but what do you know about it aside from it's dangerous and it will destroy the machine?
It's the child of a broken god.
A broken god.
The broken god.
The Now that is really fascinating, and I will tell you why. Because we're actually here to deal with a broken god. And it involves a child. And the broken god controls the machines.
No, you're referring to a different god. No. The broken god is not that god. The broken god was here before that god. That god's the usurper.
Can you explain that a little more to me? I might be a little dumb, but I'm a little confused right now.
The god that rules all now is not the god that ruled all always.
Who is the god that ruled all always?
There was eternal strife because there was eternal balance. And then the balance was broken. That is when the god that is in the ruler of all now took power.
Huh. Well, my apologies. Your job is a lot more interesting than I thought it was. What advice would you have if we were to take care of this entity that you're keeping from destroying the machine?
Say that again for Tyler.
Oh, shit, now I forgot what it was. What advice would you have if we were to deal with the entity that you are keeping from destroying the machine?
Deal with it? Unclear.
Probably to make it how do I want to put this? Probably to make sure you don't have to deal with it anymore. You'd be free to do whatever you want.
It is unlikely that you could do anything to stop it, should it become free.
But what if we let you free by handling this thing?
I am not sure it's worth the risk. To the world, not to you.
The world. Okay.
Yes. Once there was a great war between the broken god and its nemesis. As long as they were equal, everything survived and everything was in balance, even though there was suffering. When they ceased to be equal, when one became ascendant over the other, the remains of the two, no longer under control, became highly dangerous to all life. This is one of those.
Dangerous to all life.
Children of the broken god, uncontained. More dangerous than any of you. He's referring to your group. Just like the children of God of Flesh, uncontained. Be more dangerous than any of you.
Do you have any other kennings for this being that you're protecting, or that you're protecting us from?
Kennings.
Like other names. Like in some places I would be called Jack, and others Chimera.
It is simply a child of the broken god with no identity of its own, only to serve by consuming, to consume all until it is ascended. There are other names for its god, yes. Beckon. And its eternal enemy, the Eldebayoth.
I don't recognize any of those names. What do you have to say about your other guardians? Earth doesn't seem too particularly fond of you. There's a lot of gossip there, I think.
Rigid, boring, stoic, yawn. Who cares what he thinks?
How about fire and water?
Refreshing and spicy, entertaining.
Spicy. Well, unless you have any information to offer, I don't think I have any more questions. And you can just watch us and be entertained.
Goodbye. Where'd those squirrels go? I'll be right back.
So Chimera is going to go ahead and explain to the rest of the mages what all he learned from these first two entities.
Juve finally stops swearing under his breath as his cigarette lights. And... Right.
You know, they make super awesome supercharged lighters for that, right?
Yeah, I didn't have the budget for it until recently. I'll have to
Oh,
pick one up.
that's fair.
See, the thing is, Juve isn't just using a lighter. It's a bic, and it's one of those mini bics.
It's a mini bic. It looks like it's been like thrown into multiple ditches. It's been through the ringer a couple times, and it's been like refilled every couple of years, despite the fact it's a disposable lighter.
All right.
So, what do you guys think of this information? Because I'm kind of confused as to what we're going into.
All this confirms for me, spirits were weird.
Yeah.
They continue to be weird.
I mean, I feel like we have all gotten involved in something that is incredibly above our pay grade, but no one else. Like, the cavalry's not coming. We are the cavalry. I'm going with the fortunes that I casted. That doing this will ultimately be good for the average person.
Yeah.
So, ready to go?
Should I talk to those other two entities first?
Yeah, I think so. More information.
More
While
information.
you're doing that,
Yeah.
could I interest anyone in a drink? And he pulls out a flask that looks older than the lighter.
I would love a drink.
Oh yeah, is Emma with us?
So, as soon as you dismiss the spirit of air, it takes you up on your offer. As long as you leave it someone to entertain it while you're here, it won't get in your way. Andromeda just disappears in a blast of wind. Emma goes, "That was weird," from the back of the car.
Was that spirit stuff, or should we be concerned about that?
It was spirit stuff, and I'm pretty sure Andromeda will be alright.
That's
I'm
what we
like-
said last time, and then a motel owner got.
I am 51% sure Andromeda will be alright.
I mean, long term, she's got problems, but
She might be feeling a little winded.
Juve takes a long sip of the flask after that, and then passes it to Angelique.
it takes another long sip.
And this is part of a ritual
Okay?
that Juve is doing. A combined spell of soul armor and without a trace. So basically, our souls are protected a bit more, and we don't leave forensic evidence, like fingerprints. thought it'd be a good idea.
Really
Okay.
So that's one
Roll.
success.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mortal law won't come after you for doing whatever you're going to do here.
Damn.
What else could go wrong? You're perfectly fine. You're covered. Bases are covered. You're good.
Bases are covered, souls are covered.
Right.
Do you
So
guys
I
want me to? Oh, sorry.
I cast a really quick spell. Inward, outward eye.
Okay.
So 13 dice is for that. 4 successes. It lasts an entire day. So what it does, you want me to read it?
Yeah.
Okay. Space. All right. So if all locations are 1, it must follow that all directions are 1 as well. While this spell is active, the subject can see and hear in all directions and from all points within her sensory range simultaneously. She can see what's happening behind her, on the far side of the door, or beneath her feet. She cannot perceive things further away than her normal perception would allow, nor can she see through darkness. In essence, it's as though everything happening around her were spread out on a flat plane, bereft of obstructions. This allows her to cast sensory range spells on subjects she might not ordinarily be able to perceive. Subject is also nearly impossible to ambush or surprise, barring exceptional camouflage or a tremendous distraction to draw her attention. All such attempts are reduced to a chance die. Finally, the subject may reduce any penalties due to range, cover, or concealment, but not darkness or similar poor visibility by her spell's potency.
Okay.
So I will enter first since I have that ability to like see everything. So if anything pops up, I will alert everybody else close to me.
So you are going to skip fire and water.
No, I mean I'm going to let Chimera do his thing and then.
So you mean when the group is ready? Okay, not right this
Yeah,
time.
when the
Got
group's
it.
ready.
Okay,
I mean the spell's on for an entire day. So.
right.
Anything else that you guys think I should be asking these things, or?
Well, I could use material information about the thing we're going to destroy here for a
Good
spell.
idea. What are you looking for exactly?
Like, what is it?
Yeah, they've not really been forthcoming with that. Kind of vast in that.
Did they give you a name?
No name, actually. It is just the child of the broken god.
Awesome.
So,
Clarification. You're here to disrupt the Gaia engine. That's the deal you made with Irachi. The child of the broken god of Meccan is encased here and trapped by a powerful ritual because it's here to destroy it too.
Oh.
But Air says if you let it out, the whole world is in danger.
so these guardians may actually be protecting the god machine.
Well, sounds like the easiest way to deal with this is to release whatever they're holding back.
I'm not so sure about that.
Also, unshocking side note. This is for Angelique. You make your subterfuge roll. I'm gonna make you do it. And you realize, yeah, extremely ancient magic, so ancient the spirit summoned by I can't remember who did it, trapping an entity that it thinks an entire cabal of mages couldn't stop. And Orochi couldn't figure out how to blow up the Gaia engine, so they sent you to do it. your mulch.
So,
Oh, we are mulch, but Angelic will point this out, but I have some bad news for everybody.
All right.
We are bound by Fey magic to do this. We all signed that contract.
That's correct.
Yeah.
And Orochi
Fine.
sent you to do a thing either they couldn't figure out how to do, or they don't want the blame for doing. Or both!
What exactly was the wording of this contract again?
It was a very long contract, but essentially this protects us from Orochi.
As long as you do whatever it takes to break the Gaia engines, or at least attempt to exhaust all options.
I mean,
To the best of your ability.
The best of our ability.
we'll be safe from Orochi if we're dead.
However, Angelique is correct. It's a very long contract, and there is no escape clause in that wording.
Did it say we have to do it by a specific time?
I mean, Fey contracts operate a lot on intent. I mean, you've seen me trying to run the clock out on May. I get seconds back at most.
So, fire and water.
Yeah, let's give it a shot.
Which one?
Let's go fire.
Okay. The breeze stops immediately, and it gets swelteringly hot in an instant. Only there's no humidity, it's dry heat.
Ugh.
The sun gets really bright. And it's like that kind of heat where it hurts your skin to be in direct sunlight.
Hot. Okay, I'm assuming you're here. Fire.
No respect from humans. You should learn to show deference to your betters.
My sincerest apologies. How can I make it better for you?
Thank me for appearing to start.
Thank you, great fire spirit, for appearing. I appreciate it. I appreciate it greatly. Is there
You can call me
anything
Daughter of Regulus. Now, what do you want?
Great Daughter of Regulus. I am a lowly human mage, and I'm curious about some information about the entity you're guarding, but I can't seem to find the information myself. After all, I must defer to your power in order to learn anything. I know I'm not worthy, but if you could grace me with your vast knowledge, I would be appreciative and offer something in return.
Fine, what do you want?
I was curious if you knew anything about the entity that you're guarding. We do know that it is the child of the broken god, but I'm sure you know so much more.
Perhaps.
What?
Be specific.
Oh, be specific. What is it exactly?
Son of Meccan.
Son of Meccan. But is it simply a spirit, or is it some other form? A demigod, perhaps, or a fae, a demon, an angel, or any other variety of entities that my simple mind cannot comprehend, but yours.
A being that does not appear in a form that your kind would typically call a being. Except as villains in your fiction. It exists only to feed. And to multiply itself. The sun gets really, really bright over the dashboard, and it like sears an image into the dashboard, which I'll throw in the Discord.
Shit. That is impressive. I thank you greatly for the image that you've provided. I could not have done such a thing myself.
I know, I'm impressive.
And powerful.
But not as powerful alone as the child summoned by the church. It takes all of us to hold it.
Would that be the Church of the Morning Light?
No. The Church of the Broken God.
Ah.
That's the symbol it's showing you.
Tis a Thor's hammer. No.
It is similar. That's what it says.
Oh, that was me out of character being a weirdo.
It is similar, but it was not Thor that summoned us here. It was his father.
Odin.
It shudders
one-
a little and says you should
I-
use that name with more deference. Words have power.
Yes.
And you should pronounce it properly.
Odin.
It approves of that more.
Okay. Wow.
It's the first time the spirit has expressed fear.
Yeah. And when you say the name properly, there's a very distant cracking of thunder and the sky darkens a little. You know, the echoey rumble when it's really far away.
Is it really? Do we see this, or just Chimera sees this?
You can see this. You can't see the spirit or hear it, but you can see. You heard the thunder rumble when Chimera started talking about Odin.
So, I will not bother the far-wandering one at this time.
It's been long aeons since he has set foot in this realm anyways.
Oh.
What else do you want to know about the entity? Its purpose is to destroy its enemies.
Why is the God Machine its enemy?
God Machine is not its enemy. Eldebaoth is its enemy. And then that searing heat on your dashboard again. This time it's much more intricate.
That is beautiful. Not the entity, I don't think, but your craftsmanship is impeccable.
Thank you.
Is this entity a bad one? Like the child of the broken god?
Is the child of the broken god bad, or does it merely only exist to fulfill one purpose, with no one to guide it any longer? As for those who follow the other, define bad. Is bad your actions or the purpose behind them?
The purpose behind them.
The followers of both of these lost gods wish to bring humanity into apotheosis. They wish, not we, for all of humanity to ascend to a new, in their opinion, perfect state.
so far you have been the most helpful and most succinct of all of the entities guarding the child
Clearly,
of the
I am the
broken god.
superior of all of them.
Yes, I cannot argue that. What is this god machine to you?
Which one? The present one or the two past ones we're discussing now?
The present one,
Relevant.
if you don't mind. Irrelevant?
I don't speak to it, it doesn't speak to me. It keeps things as they are for its own purposes, so I don't care about it. Because I am as I am, and left alone, because that's what it wants.
What would happen, in your opinion, if this current god machine were destroyed?
The old gods would return and once again war over mankind's apotheosis into something more.
Would this
It
be a
maintains
bad
the current
thing?
level of suffering in exchange for a different level of suffering. There's always suffering.
Oh,
Choose
yeah,
your
that's...
misery, human.
Could we gain permission to destroy this machine? This current machine?
From who? It still
For who?
assumes you're talking about the god machine. Not the child of the broken god. It assumes you're talking about the current god when you say permission to destroy it.
Yeah, if that's the god machine we're being sent to destroy, then yes, that's the one I'm talking about.
It says from who? I'm not the one to grant you that permission. I can't stop you or help you.
Oh, destroying it would not sully the sacred ground?
So it's talking, you've transitioned the topic to the god machine that controls reality. You have transitioned away from the thing trapped here by the spell.
Yes.
Yeah. It's telling you it has no power over the god machine. It is a fly compared to a mighty boot in that case.
Is there anything we could do to help you entities contain this beast that you're containing, since we're here after all?
No, we've been doing a fine job for a long time.
Any offerings to help fuel you?
Its rage fuels us.
Okay.
We've been keeping it here since before there were people on this land.
Oh. Wow. I am at a loss for words at how magnificent that is of all of you. That is
Long
a
ago,
great feat.
long ago, those who worship he whom of which we spoke earlier came to this land and allied with the people that were here to trap this entity so that they could use this land, because it was cursed before then by its presence.
Well,
So the Vikings and Native Americans teamed up to trap something that prevented anyone from going anywhere near this land.
this is fascinating. Thank you for answering my questions. I am truly honored by your presence, and if there's anything that I can do for you, please let me know.
Just always remember to share Prometheus's gift far and wide, as often as possible. And it disappears.
So before Chimera calls the last one, he's going to relay everything that happened and apologize to whomever's car this is for the new art on the dash.
It's a rental.
Oh,
You
fuck.
have unlimited Orochi budget, you're fine.
Oh, okay, yay. So yeah, that's he's just gonna share and any questions or statements? We're walking into a clusterfuck.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah, we don't.
I would point out, does anyone have science? Ranks in it.
I think I have 1 dot
Nope.
of science.
You can roll that plus
Yes.
intellect if you do.
I have nada.
Science.
Be all Jew,
Angelique's,
because Andromeda has it. But not here.
Angelique's suggestion is for Chimera to summon the final spirit, learn what
Well-
he can, and then we'll put it all together.
2 successes. When you look at the second sigil, it is more disturbing despite its intricacy. But what catches your attention, Jude, is the markings around the edge. Some of those are Sanskrit. It's clearly super ancient. But that's a DNA helix in the middle. It's being broken and torn apart from the inside. That's ominous. The bottom
Hey,
right.
Angelique?
That's a broken DNA helix.
Angelique, what happens when we violate the contract?
Would I know that?
It would be in the contract, yes.
I will look up the answer to that question.
Weird will assist Orochi in capturing all of you for whatever purposes they have. Includes anima.
But I'm technically with them, so how would that affect me?
It wouldn't, because you were already on board. You had to sign the contract from the other direction where Orochi can't violate it by actively hindering or not assisting aid as much as possible to the crew.
So
You're a valued employee. They're just assets.
Oh God.
sorry.
I mean, who knows what they do to their valued employees. Anyways,
if we decide to break the contract, I can try and hold off Maeve. She can find me anywhere, but the two of you aren't as connected to her, so you might be able to get away.
We say in front of Paimon.
I'm sure at this point he understands.
Are we taking it out?
Well, we're not after the entity that they're guarding against.
Yeah.
We're after the God Machine that's in the same facility. So,
Now,
might as well
All right.
try.
Okay, let's review what the spirits have told us. So there's 2, I don't know, creator entities.
Been here long before the God Machine.
Has one of them turned into the God Machine?
I don't think so.
it's not directly asked, but you've not received anything to imply that either. They haven't told you
Alright,
what
so-
happened, but there was an eternal balance between light and dark. Each of those gods, one represented each side, but it's less light and dark and more order and chaos in this case. Ordered apotheosis, chaotic apotheosis. But when imbalance happened, somehow both faded or left, or quit, and only the servants remained. In the absence of a in the power vacuum, something else swooped in and took control of reality. For the Earth, for your reality, for your consensus. That's the current
Alright.
God machine.
Okay. And so is what we are doing helping or hindering the God Machine?
Seems like neither.
You were told hindering because the Gaia engines are what allow it to maintain static reality where nothing changes. Humanity makes no real progress to, spiritual enlightenment, to the Star Trek utopia. Everything remains the same. People keep suffering, but it keeps enduring. It fuels it. And you get to stay alive and not devolve into anarchy. Perfect outcome, right? So theoretically, according to Orochi, disrupting the Gaia engines weakens the God Machine, so it can actually be affected. You don't know if that's true. That's the working assumption. Then you get here and you find out, and you do know they broke at least one God Machine with Animus help. You get here and find out this one has something already trying to wreck it, something older from an older god. Something that awakened, and its first mission was to break the hold of the current god of Earth, probably to bring its own god back, or to take steps towards it. So, a demigod-like entity showed up and conducted a ritual to bind it. Because the demigod-like entity apparently couldn't destroy it, the best it could do was trap it.
Alright, so it sounds like agents of the two weakened creator gods, the one of order and the one of chaos, are fighting over this one.
You don't know which is which either. You just have the names. Although, the sigils are a big hint. Which is which?
Yeah.
I am only so intelligent. I would just like to point out that I have no idea what to do here. I just know how to get you answers.
I think we got all the answers we're gonna get.
Here's my proposed plan. Is you could summon that fourth spirit and maybe we learn something more. Either way, I think if we actually find this Gaia machine, like, we'll also get answers there.
Yeah.
You are muted, Key.
No, I'm just silently
got
kicking myself for not thinking of this earlier. We have a name for the thing we're trying to do. Gaia machine. Oh, okay. Y'all get that fourth spirit. I'll just be stacking up a spell.
Oh boy. Yeah. Okay. Does anyone have anything specific you'd like me to ask this water spirit, or
what it knows in specific about the God Machine and its relationship to humanity and magic?
I think I'm getting the hang of the spirit thing, right? Okay, so water. It flows, right?
yes?
So it would know the best way to flow towards the Gaia machine. Maybe.
I mean, maybe, perhaps.
I think I'm getting it.
I mean,
Water's going to be the most cryptic.
water is very, very placid until it's not.
Hey. Is that right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe if we try hard enough, we can get some cold hard facts out of it.
Maybe.
Do you summon water?
I summon water.
It immediately starts raining. You hear a voice.
My cigarette!
You hear a voice. Damn it, Jack, I'm a healing spirit, not a librarian. What do you want?
Do I know you?
I'm just making jokes you'd relate to.
Oh, okay.
It's making a
was-
Star
I-
Trek joke.
Yeah, I can't read that. So, hi. I'm sure you know why I summoned you here if you've been observing the other entities.
Yep. Also,
Do
that
you-
guy's weird. I'm gonna mess with him. The water turns sideways and splashes Juve in the face. Shouldn't smoke. Fire's bad for you.
It did say it was a healing spirit.
You know, that's a good point. Do you have any advice on how we can heal this place?
Does it look sick to you?
I mean, you know what? No, I apologize. I'd like to know. By the way, you don't seem nearly as cryptic as North/Earth said you would be. What do you know in specific to the God Machine and its relation to humanity?
I don't think it cares about you. You're just part of its machinery. Your gears? That the word? Gears.
Well,
So I guess it
that's
cares
just-
about you the way you care about gears in any machine. Keep them going, but they're replaceable.
Damn, that's cold.
What, you thought God cared?
I was hoping.
If he did, he'd be a dick.
Yeah, that's fair. You know the best way to destroy this thing?
What thing?
The God Machine, or Gaia Machine, as some call it.
Why would you destroy that? That'd be dumb.
Oh, well, why would it be dumb? Please enlighten me.
You enjoy destabilizing your local reality?
Sometimes.
Oh, well then maybe you would enjoy it.
What'll happen?
You'll destabilize your local reality. Did I stutter?
A little. Okay, but destabilize it how? What'll happen? Will we go floating up in the air? Will we turn into strange mutants and cause the apocalyptic renaissance? Will we turn into zombies? Will
Hell if
we
I know.
become...
Maybe you'll turn into house cats. Maybe there'll be a black hole. Maybe that guy'll stop working for Orochi and you'll start. I don't know. Cats and dogs living together.
I like you. So, since I have you here, and since you don't think it's a good idea to destroy the Gaia machine, what can you tell me about the entity you're stuck guarding?
It's fucking scary.
I've gathered that, yeah. Like on a scale of 1 to Godzilla.
Cthulhu. No. That's the other side. Sorry. The Matrix? Is that still a thing? I don't know. Time passes differently for me.
Whoa, hold on a second. The Matrix, where everything is not real.
No, where everything's controlled by the machines. You know, where the whole planet's a machine.
The whole thing? I
Yeah.
don't like that.
It's in the name. Meccan.
Oh, that explains a lot. So why does it... So if it wants to get at its enemy, why was it going after a god machine that has no relation to its enemy?
It has every relation to its enemy. None of the
Explain.
old ones can regain their power as long as the god machine is ascended. It holds them down, keeps them drained. Gaia engines.
Oh.
Break the machines, free the world, and everything that came before it. Red pill, blue pill, apocalypse pill. It's all pills.
What if I prefer a vaccine?
A vaccine for what? Suffering? Good luck, kid.
You know, the more I hear about suffering, the more I'm thinking that the Buddhists are right. Everything is suffering.
That's depressing, but not necessarily untrue. I mean, that's what I do. Everyone says the water heals, but like all I really do is like eat away at rock formations until they break apart. Erode things, and ground things. Yeah, everything is suffering.
You know, I don't know if you should ever be a life coach. Just gonna put that out there.
All right. I think it's time to go.
Water, do you have anything for us? Any advice?
Yeah, no matter which choice you make. If you're gonna try to wreck anything in here, it's gonna be a bad one. Good luck. And then it starts singing everything is awesome, but it replaces it with awful.
Thanks.
Times I wake up with that exact song in my head.
Same. So,
Okay.
yeah,
the rain
Jack will
stop?
relay everything.
Oh no, the rain continues. Even after water leaves.
All
Time to
right.
do a magical solution to this. Hold
Okay.
on.
So,
On an umbrella.
so if we break the Gaia machine, that will disrupt the local reality, right?
Yes.
But
That's what
local
we want.
reality is under control of the God machine. So is that necessarily a bad thing?
And we're gonna ponder that while we take a shorter break than normal because we're late on that. And we'll be back at 7. So don't go anywhere. And we've returned. Thus, carry on, doomed adventurers.
All right, so if we break the Gaia machine, that will disrupt local reality, but local reality is controlled by the God machine, who, I mean,
God machine controls reality. The Gaia engines stabilizes the God machine and prevents us from taking it out.
right.
That's it.
And so, all right, so we've got the one entity who wants chaotic apotheosis for humanity, and the other entity that wants an ordered apotheosis for humanity, and the God machine who wants humans to remain
stagnant. Yeah.
Think of it this way. The theme of, since each of these chapters in our big story has a theme, the God machine is keeping the gate closed. If you weaken it, the gate opens, and whatever's on the other side comes through.
Right, and the problem is that we're not entirely sure what's on the other side of that gate.
Change.
Yes, that is accurate.
Is the child still with us?
Yep.
All right.
She's been playing on her Switch this whole time.
First thing Juve does is cast Lodestone to repel water away from him, taking out his revolver and yelling in high speech, "You stay away from me or I'm gonna shoot!" And getting 8 successes on the roll.
So,
Vertical.
it does exactly and literally what you said. The water stays away from you. Exactly about 3 millimeters from you in all directions.
That works. That works. That works. Yeah, and then Juve begins to cackle as he has control over rain in his mind and goes rampant.
Right.
He then turns to Emma and asks, "What do you think about all this?"
Stares at Mario Kart for a solid minute and then says, "What? What do I think about what?"
The Gaia machine.
What's a Gaia machine?
And Juve looks at her like she just spat out the most wise piece of information ever conceived by mankind. I see. You have much wisdom. Thank you.
Who knows?
Just-
Maybe it is a wise question. You don't know. You're welcome.
Juve, as a guardian
I
of
am
the Veil,
very
is just
smart.
looking into it way too much. Yeah. We had to take out the Gaia machine, no questions asked.
So, Paimon unsheaths the sword that he has, and he gets ready to open the door to the strip mall. Turns around like, I think it's time to go.
Yep. And again, like, the consequences on us for not doing this are bad.
Okay. So where are you going? It's a strip
If we're
mall.
gonna die anyway, we might as well die trying to free humanity.
We're not gonna die.
That's right.
I like your optimism, Paimon. I really do.
You're gonna transcend.
Yeah.
Let's go down into the basement of this strip mall and find out what a Gaia machine looks like.
Down the rabbit hole it is.
Screw
Paimon
around
opens the
and find
door
out.
The door to what?
to the strip mall.
Which door? Strip,
Which
mall,
shop
strip
is
malls.
it?
front of
Strip malls open from the outside. Each store has its own entrance. There's no internal. It's not a regular mall.
Think of it like
Oh.
a series of shops.
Yeah,
next to
they're
each
all
other.
just connected by one building, but it's
Oh,
still a
so-
series of buildings.
Okay, so they're like outlets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Exactly
okay.
like that.
Hmm. But it's in the basement.
You don't know that. That's just what Angelique said. You've got a Hobby Lobby, a Dick's Sporting Goods, a Quick Cash Place. I don't remember what else I said. Knockoff Radio Shack, Chinese Buffet, and whatever the other one was. I forgot already.
Chinese buffet.
The knockoff Radio
It's called
Shack
Hungry
is-
Panda.
The knockoff Radio Shack seems I don't know.
Jake's Electrics.
Biomechanical horrors. Let's go there.
It's not even electronics. It's Jake's Electrics.
All right, let's take a look
Go
at
right
that
in.
store.
Door's locked. Oh no! Whatever will you do?
Oh no! Matter one spell, remote control the mechanical object to unlock.
Really?
Okay,
Or
Sword.
pick a lock.
you go inside.
Smashes the knob or the
I can
handle
just
or
open it with
whatever.
a hand wave. It's
Those-
fine.
Those happen at the same time.
Oh, do I cut Jew's hands off?
No, Jew reaches for the door handle and is touching the door handle when you break the glass, and Jew just looks at you and pulls the door open, keeps looking at you while he walks through.
Hey, it's open. Walks through. Now,
It is a
with-
dark, half-completed electronics store.
well, with the
As-
spell that I have on, I should be able to see everything.
You see nothing special in here, at least at the surface, except a dark and incomplete electronics store. It's like a small-town hardware store, but all electronics.
Anything in peripheral mage sight pops up.
Nothing that you couldn't see from the outside. The whole area has that aura, that ambiance, but nothing unique inside. Also, none of the
no-
mines were in this store.
Okay, so actually, I want to go where the mines were, especially that supernatural one. Can I like orient myself?
That one is resonating from within and behind the strip mall. Like it's layered over it. Or under it. And I don't mean down and up. I mean, we're talking dimensions here.
Ah, great.
So it's not about going into the earth, apparently. It's about stepping across.
All right, let's go to the area first.
What
Like,
area?
Physical area where it is.
It permeates the whole zone, but I mean, there is a center to the strip mall, if that's what you're looking for.
Yes,
That is in the Quick Cash place.
quick cash it is.
Okay. The Quick Cash place is actually a little more imposing because you get inside very easily, but then it's all like reinforced glass cages and steel barriers so that you can't get behind the counters and rob them because it's a Quick Cash place in a strip mall.
But you got this, or do I got this?
I
I
got
mean-
something. Maybe.
I can Larson my way through.
Sure, roll it. See what you get. Plus wits.
All right. That is 6 dice. Ooh, okay, 2 successes.
Employee entrance.
Guys, over here.
Sweet.
Angelique takes you around to the back where the employee entrance is, which falls for Juve's matter trick real easy, and now you're in the back of the store, behind all the glass cages and reinforced steel. And the very center is the manager's office, which is locked, and this is where that singular mind was that was confused and curious.
Oh no, another locked door.
Actually, technically speaking, I should be able to even see behind the door with the spell that I have. What do I see?
Pull your noses.
Ooh, gnosis. I got 6 now. And that is 0 successes.
Okay. You see what your magic tells you is obviously a mask that you can't pierce. Your spell just bounces off of it. But the mask is a 5'8" dude with perfectly trimmed dark hair, big old glasses, brown suit, kind of an accountant would wear. Nice shoes, though. Sitting at a desk, looking at a bunch of monitors, typing away. The monitors are showing you along with everything else in the strip mall.
Oh, great. Open up, please.
It's radiating supernal energy. The way you guys do.
It's a supernal entity. So it's locked, right?
No one's tried yet because you're like, let me look first.
One thing Juve would like, or I would like to do before going in, is check with active death sight to see if the person behind the door has a soul.
Roll your gnosis.
My gnosis is 4.
No, roll it. It's a contested roll.
I gotta roll my gnosis.
Right.
My bad. Nope. Nothing. 0.
Unclear. However, it is a lack of death. I don't mean it's got like an eternal life spell or a fountain of youth effect. Death is avoiding it in entirety, as if it had a bargain with death to never die. There is no decay or entropy around the entity at all for the person. It is, however, human.
I'm scared. He's scared. Juve is unaware of what will happen. So Juve does his remote control on the lock to open the door, or attempts at least.
You sense it, and the door's not locked.
Oh. And push.
He spins around in his cheap-ass little rolly chair. Been a long time since we had any visitors here. Hi.
Hi. And you are?
He has an accent, but you can't place what it is. It's weird.
It's not even like vaguely something, it's just...
Yeah.
Like, what does it look like?
The dude I described. White guy. Well-trimmed hair. No facial hair. Big glasses. Accountant suit. Really nice shoes. Looking at monitors that are displaying angles of the entire facility. Strip mall. Even though you saw no cameras. Radiating supernal energy that you can pick up with your peripheral mage sight. From every sphere.
From every sphere.
Yeah. But
Jack
mostly...
will hide Emma behind him a little, like, just direct her stand.
But mostly... fate.
Mostly what?
Fate.
Mostly fate.
One second.
Yeah, we're here to check the plumbing. Gotta take a look at your pipes.
You asked the name. Hold on. Get that. Okay, here we go. Adam. You can call me Adam.
Nice to meet you, Adam.
Any last name, Adam?
Sure. Acts like he's thinking. Reynolds? I like Reynolds.
Did you have a wife named Eve by any chance?
He laughs. Not that, Adam.
Oh, okay. Just, you can never be sure nowadays.
I mean, can you blame us? Everything we've been through.
Plus, his name wouldn't be Adam. That's actually just a word. It's actually Adama, and it just means first.
Okay, there. All right, so who are you and what
are
you?
you doing here, Adam?
Working. Haven't had anybody come around in a long time, though. It's been kind of a boring job. What are you doing here? I mean, I heard what you said, but what are you really doing here?
All right. I mean, straight to the point. Honesty. I dig it. Guy Engine.
Mm-hmm.
Come here, Drake.
How you gonna do that?
We were
Give me
winging it.
suggestions.
We're gonna figure that out when we got there.
See what
Very
happens.
carefully.
You're very with a lot of care.
Very carefully. Mm-hmm. Good plan.
Anything you want to share? Adam?
Share about what?
Do you know where it is specifically?
Yeah, we're inside of it, but we're also not.
Okay, how do we get there?
Oh, I don't know how you get there. I can just see it. That's what I do. I see everything. That's my job. To watch.
Can you send us there?
I don't know. I could try. It's been a long time, though. I'm a little rusty. You could end up somewhere really fucking weird.
Then don't fuck up.
From the sounds of it, we're gonna end up somewhere weird either way. It's all a matter of if we're on the mark or not.
You just gotta use your other eyes. You know the ones I'm talking about. You're all Harry Potter wannabes. Use your other eyes, and you'll find the markings that make it so you can't see what lies behind. Once you can see
All
it,
right.
then you'll be there. You just have to see it. But you gotta remember, kind of like me, once you see it, you can't unsee it.
Mhm.
Like this. Check it out. And the sky turns purple. And there's a smell like ozone, and then it fades back to the normal color. And you're still in the office, but when you look out the window, it's just grass and woods, and there's no streets or cars or vehicles or city. And then it turns purple again, and you're in a cave. And then it turns purple again, and you're back to the strip mall. Once you can see them, you just end up there. And you can't unsee them, and it gets weird trying to get back.
What are those?
They're the same as here. What do you call here? What's your word for here?
Your
Des
dimensions.
Moines?
Those are all Des Moines. Just other Des Moines.
Right. Dimensions. Okay.
All right. Well, if you don't
Planes of
mind
reality.
me asking,
Okay.
how do we get to the Gaia machine? Can you send us there
Like I said,
instead of to the cave?
use the eyes, the real ones you have. Find the sigils. Scratch them out.
All right.
Just
Going
don't
into
scratch out
active
the
mode.
wrong ones. Because then you'll break the ward. Unless that's what you want to do. I guess that's a good way to destroy the Gaia engine.
You've been oddly helpful throughout all this.
Thanks. You guys are entertaining. I don't want you to go away. I'll get bored again.
Oh no.
Are you
All right.
are you air? You're not air, right? You're not the guardian of the watchtower with
No,
the
I'm
air.
Adam. I'm the Watcher.
Oh, okay. Just making sure, because
I'm the all-seeing eye. Dramatic, right? I just like Adam. It's funner.
You've been a very refreshing breath of fresh air during all this.
I appreciate that.
All right.
Want a drink?
Sure.
You want to drink?
That's my flask there.
He shares some whiskey or bourbon with you, whatever's in your flask.
You don't want to know what's in the flask.
He seems to enjoy it. Doesn't choke at all.
Turning on Mage sight.
Which
Going
one?
active. Well, I'm going to cycle through each one that I have available.
Okay, give me the order. Just one at a time.
Mind.
No sigils, at least in the office you're in. But you don't.
I take a look outside.
You could wander out, yeah. But before you do, when you turn mind on, you do see his. There are 1 trillion of them all layered on top of each other. Like he is every version of himself across every dimension simultaneously and somehow sane.
Oh, must be painful.
Hurts your brain a little.
Space.
In the office or outside?
In the office. First.
I'm gonna need you to make a willpower check.
I have no willpower.
Delicious.
I'm oh no, it's wisdom, right? No, I do have willpower. Never mind. Let's see here. I roll willpower. Okay. 1 success.
Okay. So you lose 2 points, temporary, not permanent. But you don't
willpower?
but you don't gain a long-term condition. However, you do see, the rest of you see Paimon struck with instant vertigo. That makes him, like, you can tell the symptoms because he clearly acts like he's dizzy, grabs onto something, falls over, retches. As you see all the dimensions he's currently occupying stacked on top of each other, and your brain has a hard time reconciling it. There's a cross-dimensional entity that's touching all realities at once. And for some reason, he's hanging out here. Everything's fine. Fine.
So I close my eyes.
Danger.
Like I close my eyes to like stabilize myself. Yes. And I just like with my eyes still closed, I'm like, what the hell are you?
The all-seeing eye.
Can you see the past and the future too?
I see places, not times. What's an exarch? Oh, you mean those humans who aren't humans anymore? That used to be wizards and whatnot? No, not like that. I'm from before them.
Oh, so before. Okay, so before the Panopticon. Okay.
Yeah. I hung out here when it was Atlantis. That was a good time.
So there is an Atlantis.
There was. Okay. It's gone now.
I mean.
All right, so before opening my eyes, I switch to Fate.
Okay. That doesn't do anything with your eyes closed.
No, I opened my eyes.
Oh, okay. You don't see every possible probability, but you can sense that he sees them. This entity is able to permutate everything that might happen as a result of what's happening right now.
Kind of sounds like God.
Yeah, not omnipotent, but perhaps omnipresent.
All right, that's it. I'm done.
Okay.
And I'm gonna go outside and start looking for sigils.
With space, you do find sigils, like seared over every window, every doorway. They look random to you, but you're sure they're not. Points across the parking lot on the vehicles. They don't all look the same.
It's time to share our computing power. I'm going to mind link everyone in the group.
Roll it. What could go wrong?
Many things. 6 successes.
You're all mind linked and can see sigils everywhere. And they all look different.
Anything rings a bell to anyone? Mentally, like, I don't speak, it's telepathically sent.
Some look Cyrillic, or reminiscent of Cyrillic. Like, not the language, but of the kind of sigils used by peoples of that part of the world. Some look Northern European. Some look Sanskrit-y. Like, not Egyptian, more Babylonian, or older. Some look like the sigil that has the DNA helix in it. And some you recognize as just normal magic working sigils. those are the least relevant in this case.
I mean, what would be the outcome if we destroyed all the sigils?
You would break
That's a
every
good
ward and
question.
binding in the strip mall.
Is there anything else being held here? Except
Besides the Gaia engine and the child of the broken god? No.
Alright, who is the child of the broken god?
That's the one that's here to try to destroy the Gaia engine that the spirits are holding in check. Oh, are you asking the all-seeing eye?
Yes.
Oh.
I'm sorry, I thought he was giving us these answers.
It doesn't really have a name. It just is.
Alright.
I mean, you can see it, but you know, when it's held in place, it's pretty harmless.
I want to see it.
It's the old rusted Chevy.
Mage side on.
Which one? Which sphere?
Fate and time. That's what I'm best at.
Doesn't register anything with fate, like at all. The time, it looks like a 20-year-old Chevy, but it's like carbon dating when you actually look at it. It's at least 4,000 years old. At least. You also sense a link to the crane and the bulldozer. All three are somehow linked. Those also appear to be extremely old, in the thousands of years.
Alright, so the Chevy, the crane, and the bulldozer are all bound together somehow. They're all thousands of years old. And I think that the child of the broken god, whatever it is being held in the Chevy.
Oh no, the Chevy is the child of the broken god, says the Watcher. And the crane and the bulldozer.
Right. What he said.
But not the rusted pickup, that's mine.
Ever thought of getting a detailing?
I mean, I drove it here like 30 years ago when I went out for lunch and never drove it since.
Did you get it when you went out to lunch, or is it older than? And
I don't
then
remember.
Jude like sits down. Does it change with the times, or?
Usually if I need something, transportation just shows up. I don't know.
Huh. All right then. Okay. Huh. Oh.
Chimera, and that's all telepathic. Can you try to commune with the vehicle? It has a spirit. Maybe that's who we need to have a chat with.
Okay. This should be interesting.
I would like to go with Chimera because, well, Chimera is communing with the not a truck. Yeah, I would like to examine it, the truck, for sigils like painted, scratched on, burned into the dashboard.
There's a large one under it and several around it, none on it.
Okay. I am not going to summon the spirit just in case.
You're just gonna talk to it with peripheral mage sight? With active mage sight, you can do that.
Yeah. Yeah,
So what this
let's
does
do
is
that.
transfer either thoughts, if it can have them, or empathic feelings to you. So when you connect to it, how do you connect to it, by the way? You're gonna stare deeply into its headlights. You're gonna touch it. You're gonna sit on it.
I'm
Get into
gonna...
the driver's seat.
Oh god. I'm gonna get into its driver's seat.
Okay. You have to Dukes of Hazzard that because the door won't open, but it doesn't have any glass. You're fine. You get in the driver's seat. Very musty in here. Spider webs. As soon as you make physical contact with it, you are starving like you haven't eaten in months. Like, you need to eat right fucking now. I don't just mean the hunger, I mean the shakes, the loss of the blood sugar, all of it, dizziness.
Was this guy a fucking vampire or something? Jeez.
That's what Chimera says in their head, but what comes out is just a mumble of words. Like, if you haven't eaten in so long, your blood sugar crashes.
I feel really called out right now.
You okay?
You can eat a Snickers, or you can try to regain control with willpower. Your call.
Willpower.
Roll it, or just spend a point.
I'm just gonna.
Okay, doesn't
Nah,
go
I'm
away.
gonna try and roll
Okay,
it
do it.
actually. What was my target number?
Always 8.
Oh, yeah. I smart. I got a 9 and a 10.
It doesn't go away, but you can control yourself enough to operate, knowing it's empathic and not literal. And then you get
I'm
really
gonna-
fucking mad. Like, really fucking mad. Like you're John Wick and someone killed your dog mad.
Oh god.
Okay.
But again, you did the willpower roll, so you can manage it. But that's what you're getting from the spirit. No words.
I really, really angry. Really fucking angry. Pretty sure it's hangry. But
Do
I
you say that out loud?
yes.
And the deep, utter
well-
aching loneliness you get when you haven't seen someone very close to you for a long time and you need to.
We're
So I could
all
really use a hug.
telepathically linked.
So yeah, you can all sense it
Yeah.
then, but not at the level Jack's getting it.
Okay.
But yeah. And underneath the rage and the hunger is the loneliness of missing someone you deeply love and that you need to guide you. And you would do anything to get
Also-
them back.
I could really use a hug.
Angelique's there, so she'll give Chimera a hug, and
You
like,
make
probably
physical
shoot-
contact with Chimera and you get the emotions at the level Chimera has them.
I'm gonna go through my purse for some snacks.
Hey, there's a peanut butter power bar in there.
I'll split with Chimera.
You both feel better for a minute, and you feel worse because you need more.
You want to
Okay.
go through with this?
Yes, I have to.
Then you get a really weird feeling. You don't want to consume food. You want to consume yourselves. And I don't mean like auto-cannibalism. I mean, you need more like you. Which is weird, because it does make you feel like you're having a cannibal urge when you look at Juve and Paimon. But you understand this is coming from the spirit. It wants to consume more like itself to feel sated.
Has this in any way, shape, or form affected their souls?
No.
No.
Yet. No.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, just gotta focus. Gotta.
And then
I'm so hungry.
it directs all of your attention at the sigil underneath of it.
And what, pray tell, is the sigil underneath it?
You've never seen a marking like it. Highly complex and extremely precise. But even though there are no words, the intent is clear. Destroy it. Please.
It says please.
If you touch it, I'm gonna kill you. Don't touch it.
But it said please.
So, take a look at the sigil under the car.
You get the same thing as them. It's wildly complex and precise in a way you couldn't recreate even with magic, you're pretty sure.
But what is it made out of? Is it like paint? Is it carved? What is
Cut
it?
into the concrete, which is being prevented from decaying by earth, prevented from becoming wet by air, prevented from taking heat damage from the fire, and prevented from erosion by...
And it's precise.
Yeah.
I take my sword and I make a dent within the sigil. I love that laugh.
Alright. Strength plus weaponry plus gnosis. And spend a mana.
Okay, so no. All right, so you see, it says strength
Plus melee or weaponry, I forget what it is in Chronicles, and then add your gnosis as bonus die and spend a mana.
and spend the mana.
And we'll see if Juve tries to murder you.
Wow, 0 successes, of course.
You can spend a willpower for 3 more dice. Or you could make it a crit failure.
1 success.
Okay. You dent it. Juve reacts however Juve wants to react. The other two probably just look at you. Are you still hugging Jack at this moment, Angelique? It would not be necessary, Betty.
We split the power bar,
That says a lot.
we probably had to break the hug off, but like I still feel like there would be like some sort of like physical contact, like hand on a shoulder or something.
Awesome. Okay. Two, what's your reaction to him just like, jam really fast under the car with his sword?
On the one hand, it was a joke to Chimera, but
You don't have to
one of
try
the
to shoot
Rapt,
him.
and
I just want to know
I'm
what
a
Juve
guardian of the
does.
veil, so it's kind of like Yeah, Juve storms out, revolver in hand, knowing somebody thought, I'm gonna stab it.
Okay. This is a mental connection, yes. So as you storm out of the door, you're like, wait, that's weird, nothing's happening. For like a solid 30 seconds while you check your revolver for bullets.
Just checking it. You really done it now.
And then the rain stops. I don't mean it quits
Oh, you
raining.
really did.
I mean it stops in midair. Just
Oh,
the
you
water
really did.
droplets all around you now. And then it goes sideways as the wind direction changes rapidly. And then the humidity increases by a massive amount as it gets really hot. And then there's a feeling of a minor earthquake with a massive crack as the ground breaks open in the middle of the sigil where the dent was. Not like a fissure, but a crack in the concrete.
Oh no.
And then all the weather returns to normal except the sky darkens. As all of the elemental spirits disperse. And inside the office, you just hear laughter. And then the car starts to shudder. And the inside, all of the machinery inside of the car starts to unravel and moves towards the Chimera.
I would like to grab Chimera and bail out of the car.
Oh, before you get a chance. It tries to hit Chimera, but it, like, bounces off something and goes around Chimera. All of a sudden, chains of metal. But they have no trouble wrapping around you and sinking into your skin before retracting into the car, Angelique. It hurts.
What?
Around whose skin?
Yours. You were touching Jack.
God.
They pierce into your skin and you see bits of metal slip inside before the car ejects both of you, flinging you across the parking lot. And then the car comes apart into component bits of metal that are somehow still connected and rushes towards the rusted pickup and absorbs it. Becomes twice as big. Initiative time.
Paimon, what did you do?
What's it supposed to do?
This is not the god machine.
Boom to all.
It's fine.
We're gonna get eaten. We're gonna get eaten. We're gonna get eaten. This is fine. Everything's fine.
So 6 plus. So 15. Nope. We missed it. Initiative
15.
mod. 11. It's all fine. It's all good.
About Jack and Juve.
13.
That is an 8.
You always have such great initiative, Juve. All right, Angelique, you're first. The child of the broken god rushes to the rusty pickup and immediately just rolls over it, which it breaks apart, and now it's the size of a rusted Chevy and a pickup. And you realize what those feelings meant. It is going to absorb all the metal around you and become larger and larger and larger.
Okay. I don't know how to stop this, so my
No.
impulse is just to run.
Do you run? You can.
If Chimera will come with me.
You won't know till it's Chimera's turn, so you could just say, Jack, let's go, or you could wait.
I will hold until Jack's turn.
You're next, Chimera. It's clear, Angelique.
Run!
Okay, Angelique and Chimera, run away.
I mean, what
Uh,
else can you do? This is it's just it devours.
Yeah, like and Angelique is like, we gotta go, we're gonna die if we stay here.
That's probably what I'm gonna do.
Is it my turn?
Yeah.
Okay, so I reflexively spend a mana to put my mind shield up.
Okay.
I'm gonna face it.
Okay. What's that mean?
Well, first off, I'm gonna see what it's going to do, and once it's finished doing what it's doing, I want to see how it's going to react.
Juve.
Okay. Where is Emma in
And-
all of this?
I have sword in hand, so Excalibur.
Emma, Chimera is always somehow in contact with Emma, except for
fine
the
with that.
truck. By the way,
So
Plus, that
Angelique,
wasn't your
Chimera,
truck. Your truck is still there.
and Emma start running.
Yeah.
Where are they running to?
Away.
Away. Okay.
The
So
opposite of
what-
where the monster is.
What Juve does is prepare to cast Ghost Gate
Okay.
on himself, Angelique, Chimera, and Emma.
So you can rack it up and roll it, and then it'll just tell us how many turns it'll take.
what about
It'll be
Paimon and
one
Andromeda?
turn. It'll be like by the end of this turn.
Okay.
Boom. As Juve doesn't even reach for his revolver and just points at everyone with finger guns and just goes bang, 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 bang. And that is miraculously 1 success on 9 dice.
And now you know the
Nice.
trick. Don't use your gun.
One.
Bang, 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 bang.
Uh,
We're all in Twilight for a week at minimum.
The child of the broken god rolls over into the Hobby Lobby as the bulldozer comes apart into the component swirling bits of metal, as does the crane. And they go launching towards the main thing, which sort of kind of begins to take a vaguely anthropomorphic shape. And it begins absorbing the Hobby Lobby. By the end of the turn, it's 3 stories tall. And most of the Hobby Lobby is collapsing from lack of metal, including the reinforcement inside the concrete. It just absorbs it all. Then, of course, as it absorbs the last of the metal from the Hobby Lobby, all of the things that metal prevents from exploding in the modern world disappear. And live electric wires sure no longer have metal, but still have a charge in them, drop, inside things that had natural gas in them, and the strip mall explodes.
We're in Twilight.
Is Paimon with us?
He did not cast it on Paimon, no.
But it's fine. It
Fine,
depends on
Paimon
how
will-
it depends on how the explosion goes, because I've got a shit ton of armor because of being wrapped.
You could get behind something. That's not your problem.
All right.
Since they're in Twilight, and you're the only one there, and you're waiting to see what happens. Remember how I said there was a small group of other mines in the area that seemed routine and bored?
Yeah.
When chaos breaks out, they react. There's some kind of team, like equipped with gear and weapons, wearing symbols that you don't recognize. They're not Arachi symbols. They'd have berets on, and their outfit is mostly white with seafoam blue on it. And you don't recognize the sigil. But, they're clearly here in case this sort of thing happens. Because their weaponry is enhanced with the supernal. And you watch them take on the thing. There are 6 of them. It effortlessly slaughters 2 of them, pulls the other 4 into itself.
Okay.
I'm
That's
pausing
cool.
because you can decide if you want to keep waiting or act, as it absorbs the remaining metal from the rest of the strip mall and becomes about 8 stories tall.
There's this, and do this.
But you can still wait and see because it hasn't done anything to the Gaia engine yet.
Let's do this. Okay. All right, so I am casting a spell. Okay.
Now, while you do that, in Twilight, you know how it's a reflection of the real world, but dark, right? The strip mall in the Twilight begins to dissipate into mist and ash as the creature absorbs its metal as if it's killing and devouring its soul. The Twilight
Where's the
version
mall?
of the mall begins to disappear from reality entirely. And you see the 4 people get absorbed inside of it. In most of you, they just disappear, but Dejuve, who has soul sight, especially potent in Twilight, their souls shrink and then blip out.
Okay.
Oh no.
Okay. Can I use the 9 again boon from Angelique on the spellcasting?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so I am casting on this thing a spell called No Exit.
Okay.
I have 13 dice to throw. I got 4 successes, and the spell's at potency 6.
Okay.
So if it passes, what it does is that the mage creates a mental thought loop for the subject, trapping him or it or her in his own mind for the duration of the spell, which is an hour. The subject is unable to do anything but play through a single continuous loop in his mind. Thoughts cannot enter or exit the subject's mind, and he appears nearly catatonic to outside observer. Attempts to read the subject's mind or memories reveal the thought loop. Supernatural attempts to force new thoughts provoke a clash of will.
So, your spell was wildly successful, but it has no mind.
So it doesn't think.
No. This is all instinct. Everything you're seeing. It's a machine. It's a machine without consciousness. It's not an AI. It is
How
a
does it have
living
an
machine
instinct
that is
without
not
thought?
sentient. You don't know. It's like it's a part of something bigger that it's disconnected from, but it still acts based on its initial programming. You don't need thought to enact a program. The programmer is not here, though. That's the problem. It's trying to get there. So, after it absorbs the remainder of the strip mall, when it pulls the last of the metal out, it because it's sort of anthropomorphic now, it flexes. And when it does, it's like a bubble of energy comes out of it. And all the rest of the sigils that weren't wrecked are erased. And you can see two realities merge, and you can see something on the other side that looks like a machine too, but a bioorganic machine in this case. And it begins ripping out all the mechanical parts of the bioorganic machine.
I think it's doing our job for us.
It is.
Well, go to town, boy.
So you let it. It absorbs all of the metal components from the Gaia engine. And the organic components shudder and die like a body and just collapse in a heap. And then the machine stops, and compartments open along its side. And now at this point, this thing is high-rise tall. It's 14 stories. And it is extremely wide. And it's like panels opening at the top of it. And 4 entities drop out. 14 stories, land on the ground in superhero poses and stand up. They used to be soldiers. Now they're some kind of biomechanical monstrosities. One has metal chains for hair. One is made out of gears and cogs. Now one's limbs have been replaced with machinery parts. The one with metal hair looks at you, Paimon, smiles and winks. Used to be a lady.
Are
Wait,
these the
what did
thing
you
we
say?
fought in the coffee shop?
No. They look similar, but these are way more machine and way less organic. The things in the coffee shop are like Borg. These are on their way to being Terminators.
What does it say to
Apotheosis
Paimon?
by becoming perfection in machinery.
What does it say to Paimon?
The lady looks at him, smiles, and winks and salutes you, thanks for the assist. And they sprint off in 4 different directions into the city. The machine itself, what that's telling you is, it took those people in, absorbed, and converted them. The machine itself turns and heads towards the city also, where all the metal is. And that's when the sky goes out, and it's instant pitch black darkness because reality unravels in the vicinity of the Gaia engine that no longer exists. And Paimon is dropped into perfect sensory deprivation. Those of you in Twilight, you can kind of see all of this when the Gaia engine is revealed and all realities overlap. And you can feel the cold air and smell the metal as Twilight overlaps with normal reality. At the same time, it's overlapping with whatever weird dimension the Gaia engine exists in. For a moment, all realities become one straight line in that spot. And the guy who's now Clockwork Man, kind of like from the old Hellboy, looks at the 3 of you, steps into Twilight, and advances with malicious intent. That's where we
Wait,
pause until next week.
Who is this guy?
Clockwork Man, who used to be one of the soldiers that the broken child of the broken god ate and metamorphosed.
I'd just like to.
He's coming towards the 3 of you with hostile intent, but only hostile towards 2 of you because he needs to rescue his sister from the meat bags as the metal inside Angelique starts to transform her.
Oh, fuck me.
And that's it till next week.
What?
I
What? What? Before we disappear, can Chimera turn to Juve and say
Sure.
something?
Do it.
No, if I knew he was gonna do this, I wouldn't have told him that the machine said please.
You didn't have to. We were linked.
You've doomed us all!
Yes,
Oh, no,
as
we're not
usual,
doomed.
my beautiful players have chosen the worst possible route, and I love it.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, dear viewers, we've given into our pride and exceeded our reach. Go ahead, Rachel. You had a
Oh no,
comment.
that was just a sigh of, we're all fucked.
And thus must end the tale for the week before Paradox, or Children of the Broken God, consume us all. We'll return next week to drag the secrets of the Supernal into the light and take their power for our own. Between now and then, we have many more delights for you to partake in. If it's the mysteries of the dark and macabre that are your obsession, on Sundays we have Vampire the Masquerade, on Mondays Delta Green, later tonight, Dystopia Rising for a one-shot on the Onyx Path channel. On Fridays, Black Void. If it's the adventurous and fantastic, the future hubris on Sundays. We're playing Fiasco the Murderists on Wednesdays. Tomorrow, a one-shot of Rifts for one of our charity milestones, Utter Chaos. On Friday, Dracogenesis, and on Saturday, Mecha Hack, and then a drunken one-shot of Crash Pandas. We thank you for daring to follow us into the dark as we chased our obsessions and hope you'll join us again next time. Please follow on Twitch if you have not already, and subscribe on YouTube. Special thanks to our patrons and Twitch subscribers who help make our quality better, our cosplay sharper, and feed the endless chain of pets. Many thanks to Astral Tabletop for the virtual gaming space, to @NateMid for the character sheets, and to Ghost Stories Incorporated, Miyu, and Darren Curtis Music for tunes. Awaken Seekers, tell the viewers who you are and where they can find you between now and next Tuesday.
Hello, my name is Rachel. I am Stolen Fires pretty much everywhere, especially Twitter, Twitch, and Instagram. Places you can find me next. Likely I will be streaming Dragon Age tonight on my own Twitch channel. You will see me here tomorrow running Rifts. It's going to be great. We're using the version published in 1990, not the Savage Worlds version. So that will also be a lot of fun. Thursday, I'm over on Onyx Path running a Changeling the Dreaming Chronicle, and then I am back here on Friday for Black Void as a player, and Sunday as a storyteller for Vampire the Masquerade's a bot. So I'm pretty busy watching my Twitter to stay updated on everything I'm doing. Oh, and I will also be on Crash Pandas.
It's so cute. I'm questioning my life decisions right now. Okay. You can find me on the internet as Am Changeling, cause it me Am Changeling. You can find me on Etsy at Neat and Co Designs. I have. Let me tell you what I have. Stop. I've got holographic sticker paper now. Yeah, and it's vinyl, so beware. You can find me playing tomorrow in that delightful Rifts game that, in my opinion, is not so delightful because numbers and math. God, you should see that character sheet. Holy fuck. But Tyler put me in it because he likes to see me suffer.
No lie detected.
And tomorrow you might even get to see my new ink that is being placed upon my glorious skin suit for that Love Your Rebellion milestone, and I'm really excited about it, so I can't wait to show you. The end.
Yeah, I've been Inspector Jove. I'm also Kisama. You can find me on Twitter at TrueKisama. You can find me on Friday for Black Void, and a lot of other places, because things are changing around here very soon. Ooh-wee. It'll be fun.
Hey guys, I'm Alan, your Eldritch Keeper, and you can find me on Twitter and Twitch as the Eldritch Keeper. Today I've been playing Paimon. Oh, chaos. Love it. So you can find me next, a bit confusing, I think next week for Aksung Cthulhu. I think next week, is it next week? Tyler, is it next week?
Boom.
Yes.
Actum Cthulhu.
Ah, all right, cool. And then on Saturday for Fiasco. Going to be fun. Going to be murdering people.
Excellent. I am Tyler Ellerjackals Online, and you can catch me playing Rifts tomorrow, and that's it till next week. Then there'll be a bunch of me on one-shots and fun places with fun people all September, though. And now, for the Ride or Die viewers, it's vote time. Viewers, you can vote for any one player each session to get them a 3 bonus die to a roll. Players, as usual, 1 of each beat. Begin.
So you want to go?
Oh, yeah, I thought we were going into normal
Yeah, order. Okay, cool. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Fuck, I have no idea. Like, do I vote for Paimon for disrupting the sigil and creating the chain of events, which ended up with me having to go look up Demon the Descent rules again. Then the scenes with Chimera between the spirits were also really cool. I gotta give mine to Paimon, because fuck.
Appreciate it.
I should not be rewarding bad behavior, but I will reward bad behavior. I should be giving it to Key for taking our asses into Twilight and helping us out. But no, I'm gonna thank you, by the way, Key. I'm gonna reward bad behavior. Come on, take my vote and just quit destroying sigils, damn it.
Thank you. Well, it destroyed all the rest, so we're good.
Yeah, but now it's gonna eat us, and it's gonna
No, it's
steal away
not.
Angelique.
Gonna eat the universe.
It's gonna
it's
eat the
not.
universe. Maybe Juve could pull it up a glass of nice ectoplasm milk to go with that universe.
You're a genius. Thank you for this plan. Yes. You don't know it yet, but yeah, you're a genius. Thank
Thanks.
you. Shout out to Paimon for doing the thing I said, like, don't do it. Don't do it. But I have to give my vote to Chimera for giving him a hard time with the spirits. And just like, okay, one more time. The ghosts, right? Gotta spread the love a little bit.
Thank you.
And I am giving my vote to Detective Juve Key for saving everybody except me.
Now I feel bad. Now I feel worse.
Don't feel bad because this is perfect.
It's perfect, but now I feel worse.
I'll explain to you why things happened the way it happened. There's a reason behind the madness of Paimon.
Excellent. And with that, audience, we must leave you now to stop ancient entities from destroying all of whatever city we're in. Des Moines. Oh no, poor Des Moines. Until next week, we're going to go raid McStabber Studios and hang out with them, and then we're going to go watch everyone play Dystopia Rising at 9. Good night.